Hello everyone again. I'm back again. Now I need to actually record a video of doing the MSQ as well before tonight. For the raid tonight, they wanted us to try and get most of the MSQ done to see if we can do the extreme rather than savage tonight. It'll depend on how things go and how many people get it done, but I want to go ahead and get mine done for that reason. Let's go. Got one of Granite Shield wants the trades take stock of the current crisis. But we may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, but we'd like you to lend your perspective on the conversation. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threat Andrea is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clear idea of where things stand to be beneficial for us as well. First thing first then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to control. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. You haven't heard anything about the new incidents since then, right? Right, no additional reports have been logged as far as I know. Good news. The bad news is I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The king of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the storm surge as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electro technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough, pouring treatments for leaven sickness, designing ever-keep score system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failing. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species for generational suggestion was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he deployed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who registered their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants a key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he can draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. We need to foil Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. When scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. While Gulajan and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as a search for any bridge that might lead us to Calyx. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time. We're glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me in. And the others that were helping Oblivion patrol the other one with the key, so we just stick to the streets of Solution 9. I'd like to thank Banksy too, I appreciate the company. To speak with the administrators about bringing in the Lands Guard. Now our soldiers around to protect those who remove the gun to the law. Everyone now at Sayer will be joining me for the meeting so the three of us can cover the sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Grant's group with me. Or mouth to ask questions aware as long as you're aware of the danger. Thank you, I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm not worried about you, Geo. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with goods on Calyx. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Alright. Sorry, I was off my own little world. Shall we get started? Maybe when they can't say I blame them. With the Queen's spawned this wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death. And they were for the longest time. And the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, the real of an outbreak of bloody violence. And we are bound to give the endless alternatives serious consideration. I mean, I do not blame them for that. It's only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lives as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. Thank you. We can handle that responsibility after everything you've seen of us. And what I've seen that you can. I looked 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I'm overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We must not let you down. Much as we move as a group, we don't know if and or when a battle might find us. Well, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Aspect Barrel gives it to me when I was a child. You read that I should learn to protect the things important to me. Fortunate enough to have a tutor in arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient than information gathering. I guess that makes sense. So you can take the west side of the recreation zone now. Yes, I will take the east. Well, we should have patrol and deposit just past Rubio the way you there. Let's do it around them. Let's what and chat with the people we meet along the way. I gotta get it. I'm not gonna read everything. And one more. You gotta find stuff. Especially you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. You don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. We can safe to say that anyone who had removed a regulator was a priority target. You mentioned that the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. Oh, why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we can't judge if a person has no desire to become endless, but they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. Those who learn a regulator at all have clearly rejected the old system using souls to revive themselves. But another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. As of such, resolute people who wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. Though Caleb has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. There was no need to kill anyone. The way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. King of good pet, perhaps this sowing of terror is in service of another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. Wonder, what about that sanitation worker story? It's on the way, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies. Nowhere ever heard that before. You recall when we went to save Aaronville from the sentries and outskirts? The usher Malachite told us much the same thing. Alright, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which you wouldn't quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents. None knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the sheriff mentioned that this stuff is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if the substance was present at outer sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following that, Fred may lead us to not only searching for the missing body, but also the intent behind Caleb's murderous actions. Francis, we need your help. I lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. My members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Everyone who just will have to wait. Let's go.
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone!
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother! Mother, please!
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Promise of tomorrow. I can tend to my wounds as well. Your other comrade back there, he stayed behind in the lobby there. Stop the fighting. Yeah, I'm sorry. He must have fallen particularly with that. Are you thinking me when to put down? Or actually that's fine. He didn't say he's still there. They stay with me alone and watch over his doors for me. Tend to your friend. Please. The door is going to be alright then, I'm so glad. That's kind of my administration's here. Our willing power was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. God protected me. I don't know why any of this is happening. It was behaving normally like any other, and then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is that where? We can't see those books. Weird. Okay, by the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then George could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. Oh, I had something happen? Possibly, we're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communication. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector at least until we regain control over the sector. We should go search for Geo. Okay, since most of the building members thrown off regulators, or if you're a host, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. You do what you can to shepherd the residents, safely, but avoid sentries at all costs. Right here, take these communicators. We made some modifications now because them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal and have been using them to coordinate movements of supplies in the vicinity. Okay, I have 1, 2, and we'll ask her to keep hailing Geo. And we'll come stay safe. That said he would sleep the surrounding areas, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. You understand you have presence to search for the key. Outside the Geo, and it was voice barely communicating. Geo, dance with me. You'll find you only have a resolution with you don't touch the before.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it. That dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
Well, that's why killing people without regulators in order to get the souls and ether he needs to make more endless.
Shit.
Can't be here! You need to run, now!
A trap! Take care of the others, eh?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now? I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promised to halt my harvest? was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
This pile of dust, these actions, and so he left behind. Was his twisted way of returning Geo to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection stolen ether allowed for many more endless, why that would be a normal sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. I know too well. There's not noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. On our circumstance, can we let the key fall into his possession, rather? Calyx falls to us. We must and we will thwart his plans here and now to the grip before he can terrorize his functions elsewhere. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. That's a lot from like way to meet us there as well.
Our dear Geode. The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Another comrade gone. 10 days is almost more than I can bear. He was an older brother to Nostalgia than me. Jill knew him longer though, and truly kicking at the hardest, and that's on top of what happened with Leah. Do you think you could check on her? See how she's doing? She'd like you to put on a brief for you right with her. Oh geez, my mind was elsewhere. Need to press on with the whole gal, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Can't help yourself, can you? Though I appreciate the concern. Kakuya used to say the best thing to do with grief is to let it all out. And then I gotta take on myself over to Urban Sky and say my goodbyes to CGO. When we come on, I could need someone to pull over to your shoulders as well. Get out of our routine for a bit. Air track up that range a couple earlier. They had their communications module rules so you shouldn't be able to take control of them, so they work more well. Channel thing, that's we're arriving all of them. Radio or favorite was always like competitive edge. One day we might try our levers outside the dome. you to help clear my head as such. To be honest, you might be the person I've been with who wasn't a living fruit. As I remember, the memories of my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be put to test today. Let's start luck. We've learned something kind of something you wander in blind for a long time. Hopefully that we can clear her out, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
Oh! What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I had recently lost someone close to me. I'd also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
As we reveal, we see that the current queen larger than I realized that he will like the situation. He's spending every week more working to encounter the his crimes and do his part in As a matter of fact, you do yours. We'll be indeed. I went back to locating Tail later. A new strategy might have been arranged between will aid in narrowing down the possibility. Prowl on to re-examine the data setting data occurrence. Prowl though the first to break away from preservation and establishment where any resistance will be in. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans? As that you probably have to find something. You're making around in the outskirts, you can't help but feel as though something is amiss. If you do what I mean, personally, most appreciated. And wait until you finish something to shield. Maybe your plans have been decided for you. Go on, I've got uttered unspeakable before it returns to the back room. My vision was that of the greater actuality that we considering the current state of affairs. I'm not familiar with the outskirts, but it might be better if the judge of their behavior from you or not. Let's see what you think. If we prove wrong, of course, we'll elaborate here. Quite more new arguments. Officially, they've been handed out already because there weren't a few left over. They don't want to I looked at about 100 months back then. I hardly gave that a second thought, but now I know the truth. That's all I can think about. And never happened. You're not wearing a regular, but you know the end is coming. Zero Life Blues. Me, I got my home registered a little while ago. My dad at the display appeared from the number of Richard View, but now it's at 4,168. That percent was 5,000, wasn't it? Seemed a total shot right on the machine malfunctions. Only matter of having where I want to register. Maybe it will work with them, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. You never waited for the Queen's being some issue on our well-being, have you? Well, I can see that being a rather stressful out here as well. But knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified and never you know what goes to each of people. Grizzly was fortunate to have something to advise her early on and have long since delayed the legislation. Death is no hold over me now. Must begin my prayers. Doctors just go deeper and once cast it out. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? That's exactly it. We are overwhelmed with uncertainty and fear. With each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent, long until it drives them to a full-blown panic. Perhaps can't come to resolution? You have a problem. I'm already here with Lamity and oh no. No, she wants us there on her that we should go.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
The mess out her a little.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us?
Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Also, that goes to the force system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. If our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. If it serves to delay their fears even while I beg you, will come out, please let them shelter in Tulio. Welcome any and all who want to come. However, we done evacuations, we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrive. In each case, we have best spread out and keep an eye on the crowd. The mood is tense, we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move in a moment's notice. Not including contact with the village forever. Well, his transmission already gave us a pretty good clue. He's probably hiding in living memory. Hamilton Pier is not the future she envisioned for her nation. To y'all, gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. Whatever the nature of the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of the bright haven of peace and laughter? Alexander, let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I myself and her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone, we lacked the strength to protect them. For so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. That made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or even simpler than that. I just wish we could have become friends. When she turned into me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, or that I would see it done. Yeah, and I think you both found the friend you needed. Maybe yours as well, it seems. But if you fail all or struggle to rise, I will become friends with you and you do the same for me. We'll protect the thing we love, that's what will protect Alexandria. Right, you're right. We got a bit of sidetracked there. We'll probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Hello, John. Oh, splendid. We were afraid we would miss you. The others said you were here. News, Grannis. We finally found a chink in Calyx's armor. We took over laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed the Preservation Initiative. Containment Complex 1029 it's called, and it's been publicly registered as a distribution center. Reality hasn't reported any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calyx is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. Sorry it took so long to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? for all your hard work. It's a huge step forward. And up. You need to take a lift to get to the complex. Clear the exposition with the revelatory and have one of our own people waiting to operate the lift. Let's not keep her waiting. So you head on up, back up to 10th level.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in FFXIV, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Those concoctions would probably do me more harm than good, but I appreciate the sentiment. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
No, we're here for our objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. We learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. Looking how we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, this device in question has been installed in the director's office. As for where that might be, yet the map matches my data. Whereas the research is common, located on the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. should cut around the circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but... the interior door is locked. We need a security key for the appropriate clearance to open and judge by this becomes probably a card of some kind. Can you work some electro magic? My right best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. In case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left the security card behind. Let's see if this place would do like they edited it into paste. You'll be surprised if we found one. Well, let's go searching, shall we? I will have the most luck looking for where the researchers kept their personal belongings. Contains 1029. Close cooperation will be nothing to avenge also clear on your path forward. It will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Card sheet out the whole bubble one. And we will run around and see if it opens. Here in Canada, 1020 has been registered as the Visual Distribution Center. And conductors have recording both inside and outside. So yeah. Each opponent must perform their test within the designated workrooms. Which is Commons, Proto Lab, and the Puro Lab. This is another workroom without official clearance to your security card at all times. You can consult ticket the area to which you have access. Put your regulator at all times. Due to the highly conscious nature of the research, not every data management and preservation maintains dollar. Gain dealership of the rights to modify the beverage will all registered personnel. If I please my name account. Searcher, Nematraz, Proto Lab Chief, Bessefer, Visual Chief, Productive. Outdated circuit. Here's no, why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a director, Demetrius, or that terminal was there, told me. Because there are more answers we have once we went for inside. Let's continue on ours. The doors of director of this process actual hub. They began employment of preservation. The organization was implemented when the people relied. How it got feeling that the work will be far more fully or orthodox medical practice. Master Calyx's philosophy is a refined ideal notion that only ever regularly entertained and must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. Meeting from Director Demetrius today, and other praise his genius and luck. He seems to be guttering counter towards the Master Calyx's blinding brilliance. And limited access to top forms or to work into living memory. That's predicted The charge of the ether required to sustain the end level reach a critical level, yet Queen Speen insists on conducting her in a cool flailing. Our Millennium cloud blades, including the protolab shape, have been aiming in a decidedly salacious manner of late. Really report my concerns to the director. Right now, I've been assigned to a sensitive research project into the Natural Lab, which is to conduct a major experiment, details which I've kept secret. Seeing prudent detect on my everyday life. I'm good. Then we need a separate card. You have the level 3 security clearance still unlocked. So you can have the computer nearby room. That'll be some of the card we need. Oh, so I have to go to the proto lab to look for her. We can't get into that lab until later. So we have to go this way to the room I was just in reading the thing. They don't need to read the thing. And the room is set up with cancer to use the flow devices with the soul cell. We already conduct their events to create endless. We could probably spend days investigating this while planning away into the direction of cosmic prevalence. Which Blue John mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps we could take a look. Although experiments with 158 showed a marked improvement in ether extraction rate, so at last we have reached and talking about by Master Kalix. Though I will become endless as per our secondary protocol, I will reserve a historic number along my few remaining worldly artifacts. Reserve a number. 158 is the economy. Okay, so 158 was a red herring. Okay. Either they are like number-based clue. Those are 148, 201930. No, 509. Okay, so it's the number attached to 158, so it's 11509, I think. The glue got wrong. So you have to put the two clues together. So it's 11509. Level 2 security card. So the level 2 security card must get us into the other lab, or we gotta find the level 3. Got another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We need a level 3, didn't we? And we should open more doors for us to explore. You did well, apparently. These preservation members led such a surprisingly normal line. Who knows, losing their power to get the imagined they devour what the word bloodless, mechanical. My parents were once part of preservation, wrong. It seemed the researcher agreed with Kale for this month we underwent the conversion to most entities. Those who could not or would not eventually let the organization altogether. Well, I almost forgot, the researchers kept journaling their days they held it. When I read didn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and that's where the ever will become endless. I was really happy about this. How much they admired Calyx and his work. And he read it after that, but maybe we could read more into the other tablet there. And then let's move the investigation to another room. The tutorial lab and the maintenance facility left the search. Both works that's by the southeast corridor. Like the hub and mark the door across the way. We'll yield more new security card. I'll take the old one if you like, and I'll have any more use for it. General lab or the facility. Let's start with the lab. Chill, there doesn't seem to be any power here. On the wall. All the energy spike just runs on cyber conduit, which means there should be consistency between the door. So they're going to keep the energy backup power to be rerouted from facilities. So these rules down the other branch of the core. What's about getting a power source in the terminal lab, should we? Really? Okay, so that's the purpose of facilities. So we gotta do something else with the door here. Engaging power supply. No goods putting in there. I don't take the feature. According to the error code reference, the power supply had been interrupted for an extended period of time. And we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panel. At the emergency generator, there isn't it? It looks like the same model the one used in Heritage found. But how does it send power to the other lab? I see. A cable attached to the base of the terminal leads down the hall directly to the terminal lab. There's any way to connect the generator to that cable. Well, these patterns on the floor, could these be a circuit we need to reconfigure? We might have the right of it. Using the control panel set of each how we can create an unbroken path for the power to follow. Well, we give her an instruction manual. To look around for any region procedure, I'll keep digging through the journal directly to me. Let's last someone to operate the generator. I can do it, I've used this type of machine before. Be willing to try to bring Circuit Wrath. But can help by supplying Grant with a letter of breakdown on the circuit configuration. That feels correct. There we go. We've all the progressive form of reconfiguration. Worked. Diagram. And it should be quite powerful though. We have a certain dialogue before moving on. Taking the sword shells and one light was caught my eye. Preservation in the early days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Architect basic account, I'll read it out. Preservation Alexandria initiative for technological development. It's founded by Calyx, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during the Alexandria's development of the Storm Surge, with Calyx's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. With chronic rule and intensity and casualty advantage, Calyx bundled preservation's resource toward the perfection of memory storage. Research in this field continued even after Storm Surge came to an end, with Calyx eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. Calyx from before he embraced his endless existence hundreds of years ago. And I'm only months before the Surge began. The heading my father was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calyx could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published periods so highly regarded even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. When war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to the son reused in his proposals for restoration. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Well, until I was by my son's succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. They had no way of knowing what kind of person Calyx was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. As he had ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, I failed to see it at the time. Perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. But the case may be, we can't allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? I've done my job correctly. The doors that are allowed should be accessible now. I'll give everyone once over just to be safe. Paper detail, I'll show you how I handle this one. other than that. Key to interventional fusion. Makes me a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. And then missing the shard inside like the one Grannis had. We may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a millennia relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. However, in the crystal we can see all the vessel's components were constructed here. So that was what that might tell us. This is just a device they made to control it. The logical solution, yes, that's my parents did explain. Key range shroud information. Preservation augmented it with electro-aggressive technology's underlying principle. This day, not a single person understands the mechanics of intellectual fusion. None whom viewed the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. That makes sense. Chaos can track the key because its vessel was made by Preservation. There's much more we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I would have to look for tools to see the world investigation. So I'm curious about a great many things, but pinning on Chaos' whereabouts is our priority. Whether it's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. It connected to the lab appears to be highly confidential in nature. None of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and means higher security clearance. Spread out and look for any cards that are left behind. Remember, anything less than level 3 is no good to us. All three, that should go to the director's office. I'm gonna find him there again, Shale. I think a certain device is going to help us. I've probably been saying myself, have I? Looking for a data relay. These results essentially abandoned complexes I performed a curiously investigated which detected interactions with an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, we're in track from a web of everything security cameras. The way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and have been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. When Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can fall back to him. When I need the data relay, as if I can analyze the device and see where rerouting all the surveillance tracks it. And you can pinpoint Calyx's position. And he has done nothing to impede our progress, which made me think I might be entirely on the wrong track. Maybe he isn't stopping him. It's because he can't. Back in the old Catholic, Calyx said he was measuring Grannis' strength. Can he possibly dream up that's stronger than him? While speaking of Canada, there was another thing I planned to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. This recent recording was also brutally deleted. They'll destroy the data though, if you'd like to see it. I'd like to show them.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life, it's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calix's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
The only one to believe in, he executed her. Like the images against the personnel, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Taylor. Cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since the incident. Given that the recording was erased, I could only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I'm not surprised given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They took a rush me through a portal even as preservation's agents closed in on them. And I asked what became of them after that, but it turns out they were captured by their pursuers. The Echo, when you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Worrying out, Speen. Thanks to the haven of living memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even though we don't know about the conflict involved between your parents and preservation. What we do know is that your mother and father probably expunged every last trace of their movements. Make sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? Tail behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. So I'm becoming very outside hours, so it can't be the day I am looking for. Well, always a map suggested it. Where's the right one? What am I missing? Japan exclusive security. Oh, my brother, yeah, let's put it in a good status. How let's walk our stairs back to the table. The key that condition remains unsolved. Key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interventional portal verified. Can you sense the same much core energy reaction? Remember, we see the 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Bringing 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. No. Projected resignation of the 2 militia researchers. Major incident. Detailed report. Must have been up Maleo broke the preservation absconded with the key. Though the fugitive has since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. Only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx's physical instruments to conduct experiments. The object of our research or serve no further purpose. I don't imagine that's some disappointment in me. To be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether and be allocated for further experimentation. Every day will be archived. Any endless conversion will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us dead, then we are not deserving of eternal life. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed and received my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this compound in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. Facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to depend against unauthorized entry. That was a little more point to the record, they appear to be empty. Graph passes via input subs like to visit the Proto Lab, the Director Lab, and the Director's office. Beverage station. Having lain dormant for years, now active copy makers have barely entered a self-cleaning cycle. Appears with no other purpose beyond doing coffee, though it remains to be seen whether we'll be able to do so once more. Found something? My goodness, I'm actually into your room no less. We need to enter a passage on 3 different terminals at the same time. Well, there's remarks on the map though there. Oh, progress really, you're not out. And the password involved, I accept the access list itself is concealed too. Concealed by electrons, you mean? Could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past it. Or what Kakuya said used to say, shall never trust an electron surface. I never heard that property in my day. I grasp that with all time, but can project the false appearance. Okay, this shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door. activate. We're gonna go with the lock of another story. And no layout the password protocol. I said we go ahead and try it. Two people should prepare to left to for input while the rest of the password key in office. I'll take the protocols. I'll take the tutorial lab. My better states being your knowledge of Alexander's people could be needed here. Alright, it's matter of how you not include them, maybe something I can help with. Come to all of them. Take the tutorial 3D done and sometimes make improve the metro timing. Should have thought her after the office password. Something wrong with the bug to your plate too long. Not in cloud, which process. There's a display plate over there, the one with the gems, but the made which might have some other purpose. When I switch the button to make the movie, you can figure it out. Two jewels are embedded in the electrical plate. Yeah, the blue gem is the sapphire and the red gem is the garnet. It needs to be emptied up for another jewel to fit in. Number 2. Check over these are one of my events in the passwords. I'm gonna have to go to where the others are. I think it is the director's office. It's just I'm missing something obvious. I didn't think we could have a look about a cube puzzle made of electro with poison soil, but maybe hold the puzzle. Read this back because there's one there. There was something inside here. It might be Alexandrite. Alexandrite. Like 100 million more of these and I can complete a mythic something. Two jewels are better than the electric plate. Good, we don't see it. We're going to see our Lazy Alexander. That's one made the plate. I'm not going off the diagram here. Maybe I should pray. More plan of this Talmud. Just go ahead and shoot out Sam. Maybe really the password sequence can go. Okay, the director's office password is Alexandrite. The Turtle Lab password is Garnet, and the Pro Lab password is Sapphire. No way on their password. The Proto Lab is Sapphire. The Turtle Lab password is Garnet. And the director's office password is Alexandrite. Same time. I get them mixed up. Seems to be handwritten. Heed the stones. Be about the special meaning of just have the gems. Leave it being to which each gem means something different. So you ask me, he can tell you more about that. Her name comes from a gemstone. As you approach, you can only ask. It was originally anyway. Oh, I thought that was the protection is. Also, the original dog did read the name. Does that have something to do with the passwords? Remember, you say. They all have meanings. Everyone said it is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and Garnet represents devotion. These words that the journal is either. Oh, you have to know what the gems mean. So, what word means what again? Azurite means protection, Sapphire means honesty, and Garnet means devotion. So, protection is the password for this room. Honesty is the password for Wilclamant's room, and devotion is the password for Proud's room. Well, that worked. The only place we have to search the way they are, it has to be there. No, I don't do all like that.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in living memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electro-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal?
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in living memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Spheen's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited living memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Dungeon time I'm taking it, like I'm pretty sure the dungeon's gonna lock soon. So the dungeon. Zeroville and everything that happens on board the other. E? I'll be run them directly. I don't feel much like spraying base person to an end with little choice. I just destroy them already. Slowly have stored enough of reaches not where we must go. Outside of being out of my mind, I must have my due diligence. But the others be like, may have become.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossan, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her.
having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are. That must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Go. Here we are again, thinking of Battle of the Lives of Andrea's fate. Where's that truth? I slept here all along, waking up, changed. Right in the purse, I can recognize a single bang and plot every animal that gone to dust. Every ability so much remains the same. I gave my clothes until they opened their rolling lights. Later, light on the line to defend our way of life. I can believe that our future and pass on our legacy. My outer self, result of its kingdom on arms. Thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart. This courage to take up arms and fight once more. Let's make our stand together and fight for we hold leader. Maintaining the 3 weeks doesn't work here, but so she will serve them no more. Conscious, I should not I didn't finish it. What is it gonna do with Cross? Dungeon time. Come on, the message.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down. I've created new Endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage of battle. Memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Take this! Hold still!
that's why I
you've
was
overburdened the system.
There was a
No
point when I
matter,
needed to
it served its purpose.
Right, that makes me remember what was in that. Sooner or will be well. Probably what we'll do once we go down. Okay. I wonder what this shit is. 7:35, so you know, grab. I think that's what I'm wearing.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight. These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Damn it, this is really tough. This feels like one I would need to get cleared through, because of a lot of football possibilities in this fight.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
Take this!
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
I gotta move out of the way, so I don't corner of the way if you will. I have to follow what order they go in. Basically makes me have to play fucking DPS pretty much. That's literally what I'm doing for the equation.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Sometimes it's not up to that
Now I'll show you.
Oh, the death penalty is only something that you don't have to worry about. So they do some slightly different mechanics depending on your role.
They'll have to do better than that.
have like wind. Oh.
They'll have to do better than that.
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on.
I am in your debt.
Okay.
Now I'll show you.
Oh my god.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom. Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones. Rise and meet the foe before you. An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity. Bombs rain down without pause or mercy. The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
made a lot of progressive classes, but it was never about the last time the previous class. There we go.
Sphene? The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian!
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Oh, give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the... What's going on?
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
What is that?
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me? Assuming you win, the defeated ask no questions.
Oh, so this is like the Relga Gramanda. You don't have to do this with people like Lamania. Yep, it's Necron, the final boss of Final Fantasy IX. I have a feeling he's not going to be the cakewalk he was in Final Fantasy IX. See if we can do this.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh. You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. cast them to their graves. There. Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this.
Brace yourself!
You Kill them.
Cannot stop us! This should do it!
Bothersome. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether.
Hold still.
You will die for me now.
Hold still! You now! I will not hold back! No holding back!
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you. Still alive. But there are ways to change that. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you.
There! I will not hold back!
Kill them. Fight, if you must.
Are you all right?
There. We struggle in vain.
Behold the techniques of the royal family!
Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
Behold the techniques of the royal family!
Kill them.
We go.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you.
Take this!
Kill them.
A little tricky to throw out the panic, but I have a feeling it's gonna be really bad on the screen. So that's kind of tricky. Well, thankfully with the trust you get free lives, so unlike the dungeons, you don't just lose if you fuck up once. They give you the free lives like you do on Heidelin, which is nice. But I don't remember that being the case with Zeralja. I remember on Zeralja, you fuck up once, you start over. Unless they gave you the free lives like with Title and back in Evan Walker.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
Ugh. It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you!
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her. Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry, and take care of that memory bank.
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them! Together! The others.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamity.
Alquana, and you have made Regis convey her home. By which she means to come and fetch Lamity herself. Really good needs other than her entries and supervision like not many accept. Can you like a certain son that's you have done it without you. He had the barrier down, he saw to it that killed his sword destroyed along with the memory bank. Need preservation is no more, I pray. Oh, okay, kill to take the course of our people. A great deal of delay or forgotten. We feel joy and says to go on the war meant to transform him without into the war. Never thank you much. My rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a prologue on how Caleb came to know that funding ritual. Like where our primal, the Athenians are never far. must consider the Nobel put up her, so maybe I'll come down to this way. Maybe you're more patient on the we'll go ahead and send this out to the BC for the meantime. Yes, we should get going. You know, we're master update on the situation in the city. Let me make her outfit first then. We can check on things there rather than that receipt. That's firsthand. Everyone is even made to be appalled by a primal. Awful happen. Okay, we're going to channel probably at this speed. Just appeared those without me while the people have been crawled. Or they're not showing any hostility towards others. This was due to the calming effects of your podcast. Try to become the rest of us to be building security for you and having you work. It seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. We're going to see people around. Probably would you able to handle that? Look for the people pots of very hard to say. We need to know the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Alright, let's go. I just want to wrap this up. Not much else to do but those final cutscenes. It's good to see you again, hale and healthy. Alright, we did not give word to you sooner. Well, nothing terrible to tell us as such. Your regular creds had all started acting strange at the same time, though. It would help. Because the Queen's Fee knew to try and entice me up to become endless turned out to be a no monster. What color was it? Praise on people like 30 like that. Maybe. Talk to it.
welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see. My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here. When I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Galulcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
The promise of tomorrow. Complete power. Oh, it's back. I went back. I should look up this. Well, if he knew how to summon a primal in order to get his goals, then I don't think much going on. Oh, just a bunch of cutscenes. Several weeks later.
Ah, what an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the Kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy.
Sorry about that. I had to take the phone for a second.
Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
At least I didn't need to click the button during that. I'm basically all done. I just had to watch all these cutscenes.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting. If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes. Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives. The Taral which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then?
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason.
Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now.
Or be who we've become.
We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that. Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
All right, everyone. Begin. Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossin. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Alright, let's hopefully wrap this up. I have to protect Solution 9 now. So tomorrow. And that's it. I think there's like one last cutscene. So like tease the next patch or whatever. Yeah.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
It was an ASEAN.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
None shall know eternity, always for those who hold the key. We are finally done. Let me toss you this saddle bag. You have to go pick up the Tulio one more time. I should repair and also unlock the extreme. And we'll call it. Like there was just enough time. I've been recording this like all day. Around. Oh yeah, it's over there. There's the minstrel. Unlock the freaking stream. The Necron. The minstrel's ballad, Necron's embrace. Physical battle, necron embrace now, possible. This is repairing them. Oh yeah. That took forever. Thank you all for watching, everyone. Take care, everyone. Bye. Take care. See you around.